Welcome to Asylum Atelier, welcome to another stream, welcome to Painting Discourse, and welcome to this beginning of a new weekend. It's awesome to see you here again. I hope that you enjoy your day off. I mean, the day without me telling you what to do, and I hope that you spend it with that creativity in mind that I talk about a lot. Last time we end up continuing working on that Rembrandt copy. I had a lot of fun with it. I hope that you guys enjoyed it as well. It was the kind of a refreshing exploration where I had actually a lot of fun. I have to say I had a lot of fun. A lot of things that I wanted to try. I wasn't sure with the larger fragment painting, which is also experimentational, but still I feel a little, a little unease about that. Since it's a large painting, it needs to serve a certain purpose. I have to figure it out, a certain things. So it was like that welcome, kind of a cool break from that pressure of large painting that requires a lot of thinking and adjustments and everything that I do. It's a little bit more it has a little larger impact from the point of view of the size of a painting. That means that if I do some mistakes on the smaller painting, it's easier for me and quicker to adjust them than on the larger painting. Principles are the same though. So I hope that stuff that I learned from the Rembrandt's copy, which I plan on continue to maybe in the future on the stream as well. Maybe I'll be working on it behind the scenes. I'm not really sure. It depends on how much time I will have left for my explorations with portraits, and especially with the master copies. That being said, this is not video for you to watch. You might know or you might heard me just saying this over and over again, and it's still true. This has no entertainment purposes whatsoever. This is, after all, Painting Discourse, and the idea behind these streams are just pretty simple, just painting together. That means that if you're not ready and if you don't have your pencils, brushes, and digital medium ready, you should grab them right now and join me with this. I'm ready to call it amazing endeavors, because that's how I feel about a painting, and that's probably the only way how to enjoy painting. It's not necessarily me talking about it, me explaining to you what I do and looking at me paint, because that's kind of boring, I have to tell you. I've been watching myself lately because I was trying to edit some videos, and it's painstaking. So probably the best way is to really maybe be part of that journey and be part of that painting discourse, that conversation. Your ideas are extremely welcomed and appreciated. So if you have some pointers, if you have some constructive criticism or criticism by that based on what I'm doing and based on maybe what you're doing, like I said, it's very welcome. So please share these ideas. There is no right and wrong answer in these. You might heard me talking about all these questions are philosophical or theoretical or abstract, but the answers are in practice. So I keep that in mind all the time, that there is a lot of ideas that paper can take. There's a lot of ideas that canvas can take, and my work most of the day or throughout this process, it's about me exploring these possibilities, exploring these ideas, exploring these theories about pigments and paints and edges and composition and so on and so forth, linear perspective, atmospheric perspective. different styles, different ideas, you know, whether it's a classical approach, I'm sorry, whether it's a classical approach or more impressionistic, so a little bit more modern, which by modern I mean a little bit more abstract. So these are all theories, they're being put into practice and tested on canvas. So unless you're really willing to go into that kind of a really deeper understanding what painting is, text is at one point text is not going to be enough for finding these answers. So this is a place to find these answers. Some of the answers you might actually see that I'm searching for that might be similar than you have, and I have my helpers with me. I shouldn't call them helpers, these are old great masters. I have Rembrandt, there's the Velázquez, Titian, Caravaggio. There is plenty of other that you might like. So I'm trying to kind of accumulate that knowledge, or actually absorb that knowledge that they accumulated. And you can see I already prepared or opened the book where the Rembrandt portrait is, because if you remember, I mentioned that I chose this portrait for several reasons. One being that the portrait is very similar to the portrait of my figures that I have on the canvas. And even though it's not the same, the principles are the same. So the principles, the ideas, what I'm looking for, it's how Rembrandt treated mustache compared to beard, compared to hair. So that's the same problems that I have. So how am I going to deal with the hair, a beard, and the mustache, and still show that shape of the face, so it's kind of a believable face to look at. That's not necessarily the idea that everything has to be believable, but when I'm looking at this from a point of view of that narrative or that story that I'm trying to convey and communicate rather with the viewers, I need to have a certain how would I put this, certain feel from those portraits, right? These shouldn't be plain stage portraits of a plain staged figures, and I struggled with this a lot lately to put them into that kind of a little bit more believable. And when I say believable, I mean I don't want to say that they are not rendered enough. Well, they aren't, but what I'm looking for, what I'm searching is more that communicating that emotion rather than just a literal physical meaning of who they were, who they are for many people these days as well, because they were very important historic figures, or they are very important historic figures for us today. So I put that saturated blue background there, which I really needed to bring that kind of a little bit more of that color out. And by color I mean hue, that idea that I have multiple ways of how to describe the volume, how to describe the composition, and how to describe that the flow that I want your eye to go through when you're looking at the painting. So I pushed it, and I pushed it a little bit too hard, I think. I thought that it's too hard when I worked on that. I gave it a little time to it's still kind of tacky, right? So what I want to do today is, let's just push the boundary. I think that most of the painting it's still tacky, but that's okay. On some areas, that's fine. The reason why I'm checking it is because I want to go and just do some radical changes with this. Because if you remember, I felt that I'm missing some of that liveliness to it. The painting looks stale to me. It really does. It's just, it's unfortunate. And I wouldn't call it even unfortunate because that's just a part of it. It's just there are places that I don't feel comfortable with, and some of those places are not necessarily boring, not necessarily they are. I know I'm going to repeat myself. I was trying to find a different way um, uh, to to communicate that idea that is in my head. And again, you know, I'm here together with you at the edge of my own understanding of what's happening with this painting. I'm pushing myself a little bit further. I'm trying to experiment. I'm trying to explore these ideas. I'm really trying to do what I preach and what I talk about all the time. And right now I feel it's stale. And if there is something that I really dislike, it's that staleness. I figured out the certain ways. I really like, perhaps, you know, like this area right here, because it's kind of, it's really getting a little more where I want to be. But then when I compare it with this looks painted. And when I say painted, I mean it looks like I was really trying to paint the portrait. And it's in a big contrast with what we were doing during the Bad Painting Friday, where it was just really fun. It was just, let's just put the pigment there, let's just move the paint around, let's sculpt with that paint. Let's really take advantage of everything that might seem that it's that might be a disadvantage when you paint, right? Only to break out from that mundane kind of a approach to painting. And when I say mundane, I don't want to criticize or, you know, talking about the other styles. That doesn't really, or other ways to paint, or other techniques. That's not at all. It's just there is a certain way for me that it's pleasing to look at, and not only pleasing to look at, it's just, it gives that information that I want to communicate. I saw those paintings and I feel like I'm missing the point with this one. And it was kind of a nice to see the contrast between, you know, that freeness that that Bad Painting Friday brought to to this whole idea. That's just, it should be fun. So when I was thinking about that I should maybe just go with just a big brush today and just have fun all over the place and see what stick. Even though there's plenty of things that I'm very pleased with and I would like to keep them as they are, I can't, because I'm not sure if that would be enough for me. So this might be a tough pill to swallow today, to watch me do what I need to do, certainly. Perhaps, maybe not, I don't know, we will see. So I'm just going to, again, I was working on these little small areas on the hands, a little bit on the portrait, a little bit on portrait of a guy on the right side. I've worked a little bit with the background, then I worked a little bit with the knee, and I kind of start, it's just that moment when you're trying to put things together, and they are together, but they look just nah, like nah. So you remember that I promise you that I would rather paint a bad painting than have that kind of a mid painting, which is really annoying. So I'm going to try to get rid of it. Let me just correct something here in the computer, because today my computer is extremely temperamental. And not necessarily computer, but there is, you know, the Monday updates that, you know, you have to do. And my microphone didn't want it to work, and, you know, that kind of fun stuff when you're trying to stream and you are obviously not a streamer. So I apologize for the little delay today. So yeah. Oh, I'm going to read your comment because I really like it. Weird how similar our feelings are with our art at the moment. I don't think that, you know, it's weird. I think that we all go through this, whether we like it or not. I really truly believe we all go through these, you know, these ups and downs, or moments when you are really excited and you want to paint more and more, and then you look at your painting and it feels that it has a lot of detail, a lot of good stuff, but it's a places of a good stuff, right? So I might be okay, the hand is okay, maybe the portrait is okay, maybe the desk portrait is okay, maybe this area it's okay, but that's not what the painting is about. Painting is not about areas that you like, that you painted. Painting is about the whole universe, right? And that's what I think. That's why our feelings are so similar, because we are all at that point where you have to make these decisions. And not you, every one of us, me, including me, you know, I talked about these decisions that are going to advance or maybe set you back a couple days with painting. There is no way for me knowing which decisions were correct and which were incorrect. It's just that inner gut feeling that I have. That's the only thing that I listen to when I have to do the adjustment. I don't know what adjustment it needs to be done. I know that something has to happen in order for this painting to again bring that back, that liveliness and that kind of freshness, because it seemed extremely labored right now, extremely labored to me especially. And that's that. You have to you have to trust the process. And since I don't necessarily have a specific process, because I'm still searching for some ideas or some theories or prove rather certain ideas with painting. That's why it's so difficult at this stage for me, and perhaps for most of you as well. So I squeezed a lot of paint today on the canvas, and I'm just going to have fun and perhaps destroy the painting. So, and destroy, well, I want to show you that that this is part of that exploration, and you have to push it, and I have to do it as well, even though I don't want to, because I'm afraid of what's going to happen next. So, yeah. Because there is no clarity there. That's what I feel. That's how I feel about the painting. And maybe there's no. Too bad that I cannot Control Z. Yeah. Well, I'm going to Control Z, but then, you know, I cannot undo what I undone. If that even makes sense. You just made me laugh. I cannot, you know, I am not worried about the Control Z as much that, you know, Shift Control Z, you know, when you're trying to go undo, undone. I think that's proper English. That, you know, sometimes I think that these streams, not that the complication is there because, you know, we are painting, but even the thoughts that are running through these painting discourses are sometimes really like I said, you know, at the edge of my own understanding. so yeah, we will see what's gonna happen today. I want to really push it. It's Monday. What could possibly happen, you know? So I'm just going to. I have my tea. I have gloves. So let's get right into it. I'm gonna use both gloves today. So the gloves are on both hands because I think I'm gonna be working a little bit more with the different materials, chemicals, and so on and so forth. So let's see how far I can push it. Let me do some. Okay, so since there's no other way around this, and you are pushing me to go for it as well, so there is no way out of this. I have to push it. It's just I don't know how and where. I have some ideas though. I have some ideas. Let's see if they work. Plus, again, the sun is again warming up everything in my studio, so it's so strange to see the painting under the different light conditions. Let's see. I'm thinking that I'm just going to okay, let's go for it. Let's do it. There's no coming back. Would I do umber or am I going to go with burnt sienna? I think the burnt sienna would be better. So let's hit it with the burnt sienna. That's way too orange. Ooh, wow. Okay, so not that one. Light brown, perhaps. A little bit of umber. Okay. It's happening. There's no way back. So perhaps if you're asking or you're confused about what I'm doing, I am oiling in. Let's call it that I'm oiling it in. I don't know if that's. And let's go through his face as well. Let's just get into it. A little bit more paper towel. Ooh, not go anywhere. Well, you might be thinking that I'm crazy, but there's no other way to do this. And if I can do it on the painting this big, this deep into the, into the process, this late, then trust me, you can do it as well. You think that I'm crazy? Okay, well, this asylum atelier, what did you expect? You can't just, Well, the reason why I did this, there's a couple of reasons. First, well, let me talk about it for a second, so I can internalize the pain that I feel right now, and we can push through together. I was looking at that painting, and I was looking at that composition, and you know how important composition is for me. And I felt that something was wrong, and not necessarily about and I'm looking into a mirror reflection because I want to check that theory. And the idea is that that background show me how far I can push it, and then I did that Rembrandt study, and the Rembrandt study showed me how would I put this? Because again, this is exactly the moment when that I was talking about, that this is really the place where I am not sure if I properly understand what's happening right now with this painting. And I'm doing that leap of faith. I have some idea. I felt that the background was too light. So instead of me going there with a darker value, I decided to go with a different approach and kind of stain it with that pure orange to get the contrast happening. And another thing was that since I'm keeping him with that kind of a blue color scheme, right? He was kind of touching that with that, or interacting with that blue background, and they were creating one continuous shape, right? There was a blue sky and then him as blue, and they were exactly proportionally, visually for me, they were exactly the same size as the brown stuff around them. So it was that kind of a balance that was created there. And I don't know where this blue came from. Do I still have some? Okay, that's interesting. All right, anyway, so speaking strictly compositionally, that strict compositional thought behind this is to get back to that fundamental shape. And I felt that visually, that light saturated background was it almost felt naive in terms of journey. So I decided that I want a darker, heavier background, and not only that it's a background in terms of that it's in the distance. Another thing that I want is to be heavy, that it's pushing on them. So instead of creating it light and airy, I wanted to create a dark and heavy, so it's pushing on them. So I want to create that feeling of heaviness. And let's say that I'm strictly speaking in terms of Tetris, right? Imagine Tetris, it's just a two-dimensional thing. So I want here in the place where the feet are, right? I want them to be that kind of one tile, the one straight tile, and then you don't know what you're doing and you're piling more and more on top of it. So you're creating that kind of a pressure on one pressure point right down here where the foot is holding everything together. That's as close as I can get in terms of composition, because you remember I still talk about composition in one sense, and I should probably start dividing these, not necessarily the ideas, but because sometimes I'm talking about the composition in terms of a narrative, right? So there's a journey. So I want to show that they're walking, so they don't have shoes. Then I talk about the journey in terms of in terms of distance that they covered, right? So they should be a little bit more tired and rugged, right? So that's about the face and the hands and, you know, the overall, these kind of postures and the face expression and so on and so forth, right? That will be another part. Then we're talking about the graphic composition, and that would be the part where this shape, one, if it's really nicely working together with or visually with the viewer, if it can attract the viewer on that very base fundamental, you know, that kind of a caveman raw visual emotion. I don't know. It's difficult to. That's what I said. That, you know, these ideas sometimes in the painting, they could get really, really theoretical, really philosophical. For me especially. And then, you know, I'm trying to find the way how to communicate these things. And then another part would be, okay, so I have the anatomy already, I have the shapes, I designed certain things, I have this and that, and it's starting to get more and more convoluted with objects, with ideas, with feelings, with thoughts. And I felt that I'm missing the only important part, and that's the journey and the heaviness of the journey and importance of the journey. And we still go, you know, around and around and around in the circles. And I adjusted one thing, and I happened to be, it happened to, you know, turn out really good. And then I adjusted another thing, and that was also good. And then I moved there. I didn't like it. I repainted it, and I forgot what's the overall meaning. Not forgot. I got lost in the details. I got lost in specifics. An important part is the overall idea, and that's that, you know, I need to show the difficulties of the journey because I want to show the importance of education, and the importance of education is also very closely linked to being able to read and write. And that's what they brought. They free us from being stupid. Not necessarily stupid. Let me rephrase that. They free us from being uneducated, and then free us from just being, and not necessarily them, but the language, and being able to read and write. The education gave us the options, and, you know, to make a better choices and go further with certain things. So how do I show the importance of that step, right? And that's the abstract idea. I cannot necessarily create a perfect representation of that abstract idea if I'm going to take things literally all the time, right? So I know the sky is blue and I'm painting it blue. Well, you know, sometimes when you have a bad day and the sky is blue, you register it as an annoying kind of a blue. So, you know, and that's exaggerated example, but, you know, I don't necessarily want to show that it's raining or it's gloomy. That's not what I'm aiming for. But I want to show that the sky and the idea of the pressure from the top, it's not airy and light. That, you know, there is a journey, and you are carrying the pressure, the heaviness on your back. So yeah, so that's that choice. That's the thought behind that. And like I said, it was a philosophical idea, and I had to put it down there to see whether or not it's working. And right now, I can start working from there again. So this would be like Like I made the painting and then I decided that no, I want to do imprimatura, so I just covered it again with the pigment. And don't worry, this is a light pigment, right? These are just the stains. So the moment when it not necessarily dries out, but there's going to be a moment when the blueness starts to show through, but it's not going to be that aggressive. And I kind of calmed it down with that orange, which is complementary of blue. So I want to make, remember I talked about the visual optical mixing. So that's what's going to happen right now. And since I'm working with a little bit more that kind of a thicker and different application, you can start slowly seeing it in that kind of a part that it's a little bit showing through, a little bit not, a little bit yes, maybe, perhaps. We're not sure. Because I have areas right here, and some areas have a thin paint, right? Not thin paint, a smooth paint, and some rough. And our area with thin paint, I can wipe into blue completely with a rag or paper towel. Ideally, you would want to use a rag. I'm just probably going to get one because you don't want to have these little pieces of lint there. Not lint, the little, when you really, since it's a rough canvas, it works like a sandpaper, right? So I have areas and I fill the gaps with this, and that's okay, it's fine. It's just, it shows the different air, it gives you that randomness and that happy accidents, and I'm gonna leave it as it is right now. Well, adjust it a little bit. Because I want to play with these optical illusions. I really do. I really like to do that. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, yeah, I think this is way better. It was bothering me the whole week that, that not that it was not necessarily it was bad, but it wasn't what I expected. I knew that I'm going to do something with that background, but then I think that I need to do something with all of this. And I'm going to push it here as well. Since I'm doing these crazy adjustments. So I'm just going to make him dirty. you're fascinated by this process. Well, you know, it's just the what's the favorite saying or famous saying that desperate times call for desperate measures. Well, there you go. This would be probably the best example of that. And you know, the same can be tell about the well, there is another benefit to this. Um, well, that's your. I have to read your comment. I usually abandon my painting at this point. Yes, that's a standard way to deal with these projects. But I don't want to abandon this. I do not want to abandon this. This means not a lot to me in terms of like that would be, oh, if someone takes it and you know or steal it or destroy it or you know tear it apart or cut it, it wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be end of the world. I will paint another one. But this is more about that puzzle and the idea that is this imitation of life going to break me to the point that I won't be able to continue, or am I going to break the painting and finish it, right? In another sense, and not break. I mean, I'm going to power through. I'm going to show that you know I can deal with this. So if you have, you know, and I saw my older paintings, I was analyzing them and examining them one by one, and they had the all problem. They all had the same problem, lack of like they're all safe. Safe in terms of, okay, yeah, it's painting. Nice. You were able to paint a figure. And then what? And then nothing. So I don't want another safe painting done by the book. Yeah. And you know, I'm willing to go even further and to say that maybe this painting is going to be a fail. That's fine. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it, even though it's difficult to accept. I'm ready for it because I won't be able to. I really want to test a certain theories, and I was not able to. I had to push this a little bit further. I honestly think that that's the only way, because I don't know. I saw you know and especially we were talking about the Rembrandt and Velasquez, and I looked through their the body of work, and they pushed certain boundaries, not necessarily maybe in painting, but with that more about that Like there's an established idea that, you know, classical painting is that you paint the beautiful figures, like, you know, like David or Ang, for instance, right? This perfectly rendered. The skin tone, it's always, you know, top notch. And I don't think that that's what painting is about these days. We have more information. We you know, we see world differently, and I don't strive that perfect rendered stage of my paintings because I don't think that they lead towards a better representation of what I'm trying to communicate. I feel that roughness is a little bit more what I want to do here. And then again, I would never paint, I don't know, like a young female with this kind of a rough approach. If there will be, you know, like the classical portrait, you know, these that we are, you know, it's the beautiful example of John Singer Sargent, and you know, he was criticized for painting only rich people, and they were, you know, he was making them really nice and pretty and showing them in that best light. This is not that kind of a painting. This is definitely not that kind of a painting. This is more, you know, really that journey that, you know, the late Rembrandt kind of a style, where you don't need to go into detail. So let's see how far I can push it. I'm gonna leave it as it is right now here, and I'm gonna maybe clean up a few of these areas. And maybe do some adjustments on the way. And I brought that sienna, burnt sienna, I'm sorry, burnt umber. I think it was a burnt umber or burnt sienna, I don't know right now. I brought into shadows only because I wanted to get them a little bit more of that vibrancy that it was missing. And right now I can work with the cool pigments. I work with warm pigments, and right now I can go and I can work with cool pigments, and then, you know, spread them a little bit more, like a little thicker on the top, and then the orangeness, the warmth, it's still going to show through. Hopefully, that's the idea behind this experiment. So let's see. And I'm probably going to go directly into that. Let me adjust this. And right now, if I'll just grab a little bit of white. Oh yeah. So again, we're in the same stage that I am, you know, playing that game of warm and cool. It's like a push and pull. So since I have such a warm orange So right now, even this ivory black is going to give me really, really, really cool blue. Yep. Vibe to it, and that's what I wanted to. I didn't want it to go into a ultramarine anymore, and this is immediately cooling it down. A forehead. It's probably harder to see on the screen, but just the little light tabs of white just brought the forehead forward immediately. And let me get a little bit more yellow ochre there. So we're going to go into the kind of a greenish instead of blue. And the reason why I want to go into green more than into blue is because the blue, its exact counterpart, or the complementary of orange, but green, it's still cooler than the orange. But it's closer to orange. It's just one step away from the orange. So it doesn't feel a foreign to a painting as, you know, just a pure blue or pure black and white. Especially with these guys right here, this is going to be really cool to see the effect. So I'm softening all these edges, and I'm trying to show that they kind of disappeared into the background. And another thing is that, you know, I used a lot of, I might have overused that orange and blue. So I want to go into reds and greens right now, as I mentioned before. And perhaps into purple and yellows then, further on. So I'm mixing this really weak green pigment. And maybe something cool will happen. Maybe some, you know, some cool happy accidents. I will push this a little bit more. Into that kind of a blue-green. Some areas right here. A bit more of that lighter value. Same goes for this, for here. So it's just the foreheads now, but let's see. Cool. A little darker value right here. Nice. So I'm slowly building it up back again where it was, not being really worried that much about what's happening at this point. I don't want to overthink it again. So let's get right into it. I'm going to push that. And right here a little bit more, the arm. So let's push this a little harder. And I'm trying to match it with that kind of a knee. Color harmony. And I know that I'm quiet right now and I'm not saying anything, but it's really This is kind of demanding right now, extremely demanding for my brain. So let's see how far I can push it before I lose my mind. No, I'm kidding. It's just a stage. You know. I'm glad that you're seeing this. I'm not really that afraid of that failure, like I mentioned. Because I still believe that I have a chance to bring it back to where I want it to be. Okay, so we're gonna both be quiet. Well, you know that I'm not really good at that, at being quiet. I always have to talk about something. It's amazing that you're trying to prove that you talk a lot and then you can't say anything. I think that proves the point. That proves the point. What if I push this guy a little bit more? And right now, the idea of what I'm doing right now, it's we talked about Rembrandt a lot and Velázquez and other painters as well, but Rembrandt particularly, and or Rubens for that matter, because I think that they all have this. Or this just I think that Rubens is first, that it's so visible. Maybe Caravaggio. Right now, I'm not painting necessarily, I'm mapping the light areas. When you look at, some of the Rembrandt paintings, or even Velázquez, I believe it's even better. I should bring the book, Velázquez's book with Velázquez's reproductions. There are these, like how would I put this? They're like these bright areas, and then they're always. I'm interested in fact that whether or not they were that the pigment kind of dissolved and left it light, or they were actually painting it that light and transparent. I think that his forearm, it should be a little thicker perhaps. So let me push it. To make it a little bigger. I think that I kind of lost that width a little bit. there's a elbow right here. I can maybe push it a little redder. I have an elbow there, I have this. Maybe I can go even further here. Let me maybe bring up the reference for it. If I could. And I'm again correcting a little bit also that proportions and anatomy, just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. Kind of a beautiful, a little bit of a light that Rembrandt created there in the corner of his mouth. Not necessarily corner of his mouth, but there is a form that it's kind of turning into. But just a little bit, because I also want to show that there's a little bit of shadow there from the beard, but I'm trying to create that three-dimensional feel to it. And let me hit it. Right. It's a little bit of a light right there. Could this go into a dark? Could I push it all darker? I don't know. I could definitely, okay, let's go. A little bit more of that. Where do I have that? That's interesting. I'm looking for that fan brush that I used when I was painting Rembrandt, or copying Rembrandt. Disappeared somewhere. Well, am I crazy? I hope I'm not crazy. Where did it go? Well, this is a mystery. Okay, so it's hiding somewhere. I am glad that you are that you have similar issues that I have, warming cools and cooling warms. And yes, I lost my fan brush. I have no idea where did it go. Sometimes maybe you. I don't know. Sometimes I feel that my art supplies, they have their own minds and feet and legs, and they just decide to just leave me, abandon me, and this is the moment. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm looking for it, because I wanted to use it, and I wanted to paint with that fan brush. I have other ones, but it's just there it is. I found it. Of course, it's where it's supposed to be. Okay, cool. It's all the end of the world was averted. Okay, so let me just hit this a little bit with. see if I can make the mouth a little bit more. So I'm going to play a little bit more with a saturation. And the reason why I want to play a little bit more with the saturation is that, you know, that copy that I was working on last time, the last Saturday, bed painting Friday on Saturday, it was a lot of good examples how much you can push the saturation and create that contrast. So let's see if I can push it. With my painting as well. And let's get these green started involving creating these contrasts. So I'm desaturating his face a little bit, trying to create these nice warms and cools transitions, or warm and cool transitions rather. So I'm trying to mix that grays right now. And the reason why I'm mixing gray is that, you know, the gray is always going to look cooler next to a saturated, a warm pigment, and the other way around as well. So, and by the other way around, I mean that if you have the gray next, if you put the gray next to that cool color, it's going to look warm. So I'm going to create these variations. And it's slowly getting better and better, hopefully. And then I can again hit it with really, really thick pigment and start playing the same way that I play with the Rembrandt. So let's have fun with it a little bit. Yep, that's it. Warmer area right here, and then a little cooler. Okay, let me see, what are we going to do with the hair? This is kind of a nice moment because I am looking at my at book, at my painting, what I want to do on reference, and then I'm also, oops, I'm sorry, peeking into that experiments that I did, whether it was with my self-portrait that it's right here, and I'm just going to look at some of that stuff that we explored from that Rembrandt painting, Rembrandt copy. So some of the cool stuff I can actually use in my advantage. Just dabbing and painting with a straight paint. And for this kind of, I really enjoy to work with that a fan brush because it's giving me that kind of a different options. I have, even on the brush, I have one side a little lighter, warmer, other one little darker, cooler, and you can just kind of weave into it. It's not necessarily the best way, but I like it. I like that. And I can't really control that very good. So you are not, you're not kind of, contouring stuff. You're painting. You're really painting that light. The part that I was talking about a lot. During that bed painting Friday and bed painting Friday on Saturday. And let me hit it with a little bit of that brown, and let's put a little bit green in that dark brown because I want to adjust a beard a little bit and the hair. So there would be a darker value right here. In the cheek. All the way here. There is a similar redness right here. It might be too much, but that's okay. We'll deal with that later. And maybe not, because from a distance it looks kind of okay. So again, remember, you really have to back away from your painting. There is no other way around that. Because when you're close, it's going to appear very, 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 you don't have that objective kind of a visual information to work with. So and I'm right now not only painting, I'm trying to, I mentioned that I really enjoy sculpting, so I'm trying to sculpt with that brush and with that pigment. And you can tell how much I was playing with this portrait, and And I'm still working on it because I'm not satisfied with the result. So I'm right now just really having fun with this and painting a little, you know, it's with a little bit more freedom, just for fun, because why not? Okay, way better. freshness into this deep dark desaturation. This is a little too. That saturation there, nice. And you can see I'm using a lot of pigment right now, and a lot of pigment is going into waste. So there's not really another way around if you want to paint this way, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I still have a feeling that the head might be a little too on the smaller side. So it might be that I should probably push this a little bit more this way. Perhaps it might be an issue. To make this a little wider. So I'm making his face a little thicker. And thicker, I mean really wider. That's basically what I'm thinking about. Mouth a little bit. So it's going to look strange. I understand that. I know. I'm aware of it. Don't worry. We can all fix this. Maybe. Okay, so this would be one part. And I'm going to, I'm trying to find a good representation of a I'm going to make this a little bigger. The eye sockets, because I felt that I made the portrait a little too wide, a little too narrow, and then I was adjusting the hands, and then right now it seems that they're too small compared to feet. So again, even though I'm working on or started with these adjustments, I still need to think about proportions. And when I say proportions, I mean overall proportions, right? So I have to make sure that I have that. And I'm trying to keep everything nice and soft. I know that he looks like a clown right now. I understand that. That's okay. I'm not really that concerned about that. Because I'm aiming for something else. I'm trying to unify it right now. I'm going to make it a little darker there so it feels like he's okay. And right now I can adjust this a little bit. Well, transitions, I mean, like softening it a little bit. So I'm just putting him, I'm giving him a unibrow. That's awesome. So he's going to be unibrowing this. Still the redness of the cheek, but just a different kind of red. Slightly cooler. So his eye sockets needed to be a little bigger because I felt that they're just getting smaller and smaller as I was adjusting it, and it didn't really work well or sits well with the size of other parts of his body. And then also I was kind of lacking, there's not enough space for the eyes, so I'm just adjusting it a little bit more. Yeah, and the head is starting to be right now a little too big, which is okay because as I'm going to, again, do the adjustments, it's going to start shrinking a little bit. Soft transitions right here, okay. Yep. So his face is right now way too thick and way too clown looking, but that's okay. That's not a problem because I'm going to start, adjusting the face, adjusting the portrait, and he is going to shrink more and more. And the reason why I'm okay with this is that I know that as I am going to adjust these proportions, he really, that's just one of those things that I was talking about, that I have a tendency to certain things, or I'm biased towards a certain things. So this is one of those things that I am biased towards too. That I know, I'm aware that let's hit that arm a little bit more as well, just with the light there. So we have light. So again, right now I'm painting light rather than anything else. and immediately starting to feel a little bit more coherent. It might be not as clear, but I'm checking that right now. I look at my face, I look at my forearm, I look at my knee, and they're working together. Right now, the hand looks a little too small, but it's okay. Again, why it's too small? Because that's the problem with me when I start adjusting things. I'm, moving it around. I'm doing these precise adjustments, and I kind of lost that overall clarity. I gained clarity. I lost that proportions. And I'm pushing right now these brush strokes a little bit more brush strokey. So let's see what's going to happen. And here as well. Let's hit it really hard. Right here on this side as well. Yeah, way better. The face was not. How would I put this? The problem was not about the face, but facial features rather. So I'm correcting those. And the moment I corrected those, I realized that the size of the head is okay. It's just I had way too much hair, and because I was thinking about the size of the head. The size was okay, but a lot of the width and the length was actually a hair, and I was trying to push the hair more and more, and I was kind of forgetting that the hair is not the problem. The problem is that facial features are too small. That means that I had the right proportion for a face, but my eyes were too small, my nose were too small and short, right? And that created that kind of a feel of a smaller face. Right now, I made him a little thicker, with a little bit more presence, and that helped. Not necessarily, that kind of a. It is not better painted, but right now I see the roughness, I see that imperfections there, and that's part of their journey and part of our part of this narrative. This wouldn't work as good if I tried to go for that, for that. Polished kind of a look. And maybe I could push this hair a little bit more. So I could show that. Real forehead right here. And right now, immediately, the head is way bigger than anything else, way bigger than the arms, right? So that's kind of that. So I can start pushing maybe I could just push it here and create, so his hair will go down like this, and the loop is right here, and then darker right here, and then light on the top. And again, right now I'm painting just light. I'm not really concerned that much about anything else. And I'm really having fun. I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to not think about, you know, everything that I was, you know, talking about during the bed painting Friday. I'm trying to apply this to make it a little bit more accessible. And I'm also trying to correct, you know, proportions as always, right? So hopefully there is no harm done. There is ear, and there is ear right here. And he's really white right now, so I can start, you know. So this is almost like a, like that Control Z idea, or like with sculptors, you know. Imagine that, you know, you cut a little too deep into that marble, and you can't get it back. With painting, I chiseled too much into that marble, and right now I brought it back. It's really, really big right now. His head is extremely big. I understand that. That's okay. That's okay. But right now it has a presence. It feels that, okay, something is happening there. Before it was just another head. Right now it's the main character. It's obviously a main character right now. It's overpowering everything else there. So I'm going to bring a little bit more light around. So I'm going to push it here. And here to make it a little smaller on the sides. And you can tell that I was wrong because I was putting the redness of the cheek underneath the eye. It's not supposed to be there. And I was doing it only because I didn't have enough space to put it anywhere else, right? So right now, since that's solved, I can focus more on that, you know, improving that sculpting, you know, improving that proportions. So this is where the face is. This is how it goes right here, and I want that all to be a soft edge because it, you know, I'm looking directly at him, like it's a frontal view, so I don't want to have any hard edges there. I know, can you imagine how, what can you imagine? I understand how difficult it is to watch me struggling here. But here's the thing, it's just, it had to be done. It had to be done. Now let's hit it with this really beautiful vermilion. Yep, it might be too much. Let's lighten it up a little bit. So I'm giving him a little bit more space in his face. And I'm painting it really rough right now. Well, I wish I could show you how bad it looks right now. But it doesn't really matter because it looked bland before, so in that spirit of me being concerned about things looking things looking bland. It's very important for me. So I would, like I said, I would rather prefer if the painting is bad than going to push the beard from here. Yeah, let's do beard right here. It's gonna go here into there. And right here. And here as well. to push mouth even lower because I think that they're too high up. So let's push them a little lower. And that was the same problem that I had with the Rembrandt painting. I found myself, if you remember, with the mouth, I had to do the adjustment. There we go. Right now he looks like a magnum. I gave him the perfect mustache. Okay. Soft transitions all the way here. All the way here. Little cooler value there as a transition between and then let's just hit it with that red, but it's too much. Okay. Okay, let me just adjust the camera. Not the camera, my camera is just going to die. I have to connect it to a charger. Hopefully this will solve the problem. Yeah, I wish I could feed it with the Rembrandt energy, but unfortunately, I need Rembrandt's energy for this painting right now, so I have to charge it the good old ways. Oh, and Taicha also joined us, so that's cool. So I need to correct the eye sockets right now and work with the eyes since I, changed his face a little bit, but that's okay. That is all good. So let me just maybe have fun with that a little bit. I know this is going to look crazy right now, but that's all good. It's gonna. It has to be done. Perhaps I could push it a little higher up, the eyebrow, just a bit. So that will give me a little bit more space for that eye sockets. And then I could push this a little bit more in. This is where the mouth is going to be. Let's make it a little lighter. Okay. Okay, and then this should go a little bit more perhaps down here because it feels like that mustache is too big to my liking. Okay, let's give him like a little smaller mustache. Cool, and then a little bit here. A little more. Okay, so softer transition value, okay. This needs to go a little lower. Right now, the eye socket, so I can push it a little bit more. so that I can move and create, because I felt that the nose is a little too small. And not even that nose is too small, I felt that, you know, I was trying to adjust my hand, and I was comparing it to a nose, and right now, yeah, I'm not sure if right now it's not a little too big, but it's okay. Like I said, I know that I have a problem with this whenever I am adjusting things. I get a little too carried away and, you know, make things small. So there is going to be the opening for the ear. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to make his eyes a little bit more open, because I felt that they're too close. So I'm going to open the eyes a little bit, and this is again comes to that idea that, you know, I am not really concerned about how to paint the eye. I'm pretty sure that every one of us can learn how to paint the eye. The question is if I can push it into the kind of a expression, like Velasquez or Rembrandt. And I'm using my own painting from bed painting Friday as a reference, because there is a lot of things that I did there. Not necessarily I copied Rembrandt one-to-one, but I wanted to do something with that. With the texture, I wanted to work with a little bit more of that, you know, thicker paint, feeling that brush, showing those brush strokes there. It was too polished, and it didn't really fit well to the narrative, so I have to repaint it. And the same goes for hands. I was trying to key the hands towards the portrait, which was polished, and I didn't like necessarily that result. And that's what was bothering me more than anything else, probably. So, you know, Rembrandt had to intervene. And I don't want him to have like dark eyes, because they feel menace. I don't want him to feel like he's trying to, you know, do something bad. I want you to look at him and, you know, more like a wide eye, naive kind of guy, that he just his naivete that, you know, he showed up in a land that nobody knows him, and or them, nobody knows them, and they, you know, you can't be aggressive. I think I might be wrong. You can't be really aggressive if you a little bit of that red and a little bit of that dark pigment. As a like bottom part of an eyelid. Okay, way better. And I have to correct the other eye immediately as well, because then because it's symmetry, and it's very important to keep it symmetrical. And again, for sake of that freshness, I'm going to do it with this big fan brush, because I don't want that small brush strokes that I was doing there before. They didn't really work well with this painting. So with the small brush, I mostly correcting edges rather than just painting necessarily. Okay, so maybe let me push it a little lower. I think this eye could go lower. That will give me that more of a top eyelid and more space to maneuver there. So let me just push it here and this way rather. Because if I start pushing it higher up, then I have to push, you know, other parts as well, and I don't want to do that. And let me rather adjust it this way, because I already moved the mouth lower. So right now I would widen, or not widen. I would again, you know, elongate the face, which would again bring me to the point that it doesn't fit properly. So same for this eye as well. What's happening with my camera? It doesn't seem it's connected to a. All right, I have to adjust the camera for a palette, because right now it seems it's frozen. I'm not sure if it's true or not. So perhaps let me check it I'll also get a tea, so I'll be right back. back, but my camera still doesn't want to work. I don't know what seems to be the issue. Let me see. Let me see. That's strange. Well, I apologize for that. I don't know, something it's, it's at one of those Mondays, right? When first I have a difficulty with setting up my mics because the updates, and right now my camera on the palette doesn't want to work. What is happening today? I have no idea. Okay, so we'll have to power through without that. Yeah, well, something needs to give, and I just, since this is I'm a painter, not a proper master of technology. I guess it has to. Well, it's hard to say if I'm a painter because when I'm looking at my portrait right now, it looks really funky and wonky. It looks like one of those, like he's a clown that did not really successfully remove his makeup from the face. But that's okay. It's just, it's supposed to be. And right now, the question is, yeah, I want to push it a little lower. Okay, so I can get a little closer to it. So I'm sorry, you're not going to see the bottom part, but yeah, that would be probably the easiest way to deal with it. It's just going to be just a clown. But that's okay. I mean, I understand well, I don't want to say that I understand where the problems are, but I know why I'm doing this. I really have to test certain things, and I don't want to just, I don't want to just let go of the fact that he was painted okay, and that certainly, I shouldn't have been satisfied with that kind of a. Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm having fun. Well, not necessarily right now, but I'm totally on board with having fun with this, even though it's not going the way that I want to. but that's okay. I'm not. I'm not worried that much, because it is that for me extremely important exploration. I don't really care about anything else but that at this moment right now. So I'm going to correct this. I have to adjust the top of the head because I need to see that could I push him this way? I don't know. Maybe. I'm just looking at I have my the copy. I have it right here next to me, and I'm looking at that board, and there is some interesting happy accidents happening on that Friday painting, or bad painting Friday. Some cool things are happening there, but I am convinced that it's because of that surface. That kind of a dry pigment that was really difficult to manipulate. It was like a harder. This is too runny right now. Compared to what I was doing two days ago. But that's okay, that's fine. Just going to, have fun with it. And I'm still questioning, what do I want to do with that face? Like, how far do I want to push it? And I'm looking right now for the, I know where the eye is supposed to be. I know that this is the eye socket. I know that the nose is right here. But what I'm concerned with right now is that I'm trying to design a nice shape for the eye socket. Like, I like these shapes right here. I like the shape for the shadow of the nose. I like the shape for the mouth. So it's working. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done on that portrait, but it's way to be than this guy is right now. So it just needs to be. Maybe if I push this a little bit more softer towards here. Yeah, that might work. Let's try that. And then another thing is getting darker here. Today is really not the best day for painting. So I have this. I could push this direction. Yeah. The problem with this is that really this portrait needs to really be very well painted, because that's something that's going to communicate with you. He's looking at you directly. So that's why I'm taking so much time with this, maybe even unnecessary long time. But I feel that this is that connection with the viewer, the physical connection. Like I'm trying to get that feeling that he's approaching to you specifically with that knowledge, that you are part of that conversation. Well, I'm going to read your comment right now. That's why I don't paint big. I don't have this amount of patience to push it through, especially with multiple portraits like you have. Don't sell yourself short. You just that's exactly what, you know, you saw me struggling with this. And I wish if my camera turns on back, I'll just gonna get close. I'm gonna do a close-up with the camera to show you how bad that portrait looks right now. How really, really bad it looks compared to that from close view, because you see it from a distance, right? You kind of read that as a portrait, and it's just like, oh, it has a mouth, nose, and everything that's supposed to. But when you get close to it, it really looks like a child took pigments and started to paint, which is not a bad sign. It's just, it needs a lot of work. And I have to, you know, I have to push myself. I have to bring this a little bit more towards where I want it to be. So, and another thing is, it's not that I don't want to say that, you know, you are not patient enough, but it has something to do with the fact that I convinced myself that I can make it better, even though I might be wrong. I simply convinced myself that this is okay. It would be okay, but I can make it way better. I really did convince myself that's what's up, which is how would I put this? It might be not necessarily the best thing to do, but that's the only thing that I could do in this particular situation, because I really struggled with the hand. And I was trying to match the hands to portrait, only to realize that I don't like the way how this portrait looks. And I had that feeling, and not only I had that feeling, I purposely then, you know, mentioned or actually went into this portrait study because there was kind of a, you know, like that. Underneath, I felt that something is wrong. I couldn't really, I was afraid to go into it. And then right now I decided that, okay, it's time to do it. And maybe right now the mouth is a little too low, but that's okay because it's going to show him a little bit like this. But I'm looking at his head right now. I didn't change the size of the head very much, but then right now I would like to put the shoulders a little wider again, or this one especially. So when this is the problem, I would just go, I'm going around in the circles that, you know, I'm trying to move things around because I was not satisfied with the final result. And the problem is that, you know, remember I talked about that when you're trying to draw a free circle free hand, you start and the 3/4 are perfect, and then the last one, something happens. It's, you know, it's probably that we don't have that motion figured out, you know, but you can fix it by practice. And then 1/4, it always wonky and trying to fit correctly. And that's what's happening right now. I adjust certain thing, I adjust another thing, and I'm almost finally okay, satisfied, only to realize that no, this is the problem, and this needs to be fixed again and again and again. The ear is way too far out, so I have to correct it. Okay. And the problem with these, especially with what I'm doing right now, right here, is that there is so many things that are happening with this painting simultaneously, right? If you have one portrait and you have a simple background, I can just mix the background pigment and just correct everything around. But here I have a part where the stuff is, I have a part where the hood is, I have a part where the background is, I have a part where the hair is, and it's just complicating things more and more, which is not bad, but you know, by all means, it's not necessarily the easiest way to paint or correct things. So so having certain things figured in advance, it's definitely helpful. Or would be helpful. So maybe can push this beard a little bit more towards here. And again, I'm experimenting with the shape of the beard. I don't have anybody to sit for me. I don't have anybody to pose for me. I have that Rembrandt painting that I worked. I have some self-portrait that is right here for the paint application. I have a Rembrandt open and imagination. So it's giving me a really hard time to do things. But there, you know, from one point of view, it's hard because I'm working from imagination. But from the other hand, I know, I'm certain, I'm convinced that working from imagination helped me to develop that character that I want better than just, you know, ask someone, you know, to act not desperate, to, you know, to act that that journey. So you know, I'm playing with these ideas with my head. That, you know, it's already difficult enough to paint painting like this, and then I decided to make it even more complicated for myself. But that's okay, because, you know, I expected this kind of problems. That's why I'm painting this first and then the larger piece. But I didn't expect, I was a little bit too cocky in terms of predictions of how long it's going to take me to fix this. Or paint this rather, not even fix. So I have to power through the, not necessarily the problems with the painting, but with me being dissatisfied with the first results. the symmetries are okay. Well, that's positive. That's on the positive node. So I'm softening this a little bit. And I'm looking forward tomorrow to press the pigment when it sits a little bit into that. The same thing that I did with that Rembrandt copy. But it's really dark, I can't see on my palette anything, so I think that's enough for today with painting, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't really judge the pigment properly. I don't know, it looks like it's going to rain. It's going to start raining. Plus, there was a there was a time change in my country, and it's just getting darker sooner, so maybe I should start streaming sooner. Oh, but right now I feel a little shift right here, so let me push this as well. It's a little too much. Yep. This way, and the eye. It's a little too big. Okay, oops. Yeah, daylight time change. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's getting dark really soon, but it's okay. So perhaps I can start earlier in the morning working on this. Yeah, that's absolutely true. We're not ready for this. What's the famous saying from the famous TV show? Oh, winter is coming. So yeah, we can. What was the name of that? Was it Game of Thrones, I believe? I hope I hope that no no fans of Game of Thrones are here in the stream, because I just butchered probably that famous saying. But I think that they were saying the winter is coming. I'm not sure. You haven't watched that show? Okay, so it's fine. So I can butcher that around. Because I know like some of you know, I am a fan of certain, movies or TV shows, and I don't like when someone else is butchering the ideas. So that would be that. This is a lighter area right here. It's interesting that Rembrandt puts a light here when usually everybody puts a shadow there. That's just Rembrandt. He knows what's up. He just so knows what's up, and it works way better from a distance. Like suddenly his face is not that kind of a dark, gloomy, aggressive almost. Rembrandt. He was onto something for sure. And then a little bit more in the eye area. So let's go into that. Soft transition here. Yeah, so his overall kind of a face expression is a little bit more welcoming than. A little bit of there. There will be side of the nose, okay. So it's slowly turning a little bit more into what I wanted to. Okay, a little bit more of that shadow goes away, and then there's a tiny bit of right here. Okay. Looks like it feels like he looks better right now, a little bit better. Let's correct this to make it darker value and play if I can change the hairstyle a little bit, perhaps. Let's see. Okay, I made him a little younger. That's cool. That's another thing that I wanted to. Oh, I thought that it's a famous show, actually, the Game of Thrones, but especially, here on Twitch, because it's like a big part of that, the community, the lore, kind of fits. We talked about Star Trek, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. Okay, so I have this, and then I have to start working on that. Again, try to frame the face, not frame necessarily, but I'm going to try to push it a little bit more. And then perhaps I could try, since I'm right here right now, right now, I've tried to push it. I try to work a little bit with the clothes as well, because I think that the clothes needs adjustments right now. So I'm going to hit it with and the reason why I'm doing this is because I brought that, that orange there, and that orange kind of, change the overall feel of that clothes. I don't want to show light areas a little bit more. And the same could go here. It's just the problem is that I don't see that a pigment, a hue right now very well, so I can't really go there, unfortunately, even if I wish. Well, I appreciate what you just said or wrote about enjoying the stream. That's cool. That's amazing. It makes really this unbearable struggle with this particular painting way more enjoyable. And right now it's like everything turned orange because the sun is really, really, really setting down. So I think I'll have to stop for today because there is no really point probably continuing with this. Maybe I could hit it with like a really couple more brush strokes here and there. Oh wow, he looks completely orange right now. Maybe he is. That's cool because tomorrow we're just going to cool it down everything. Work on the eyes a little bit more. The important part was that, you know, the important part is that there was a decision made to move towards this, and there's no way back. And that's okay. Don't care. I like this. I don't want to say that I like painting better right now because there's everything, it's all over the place, but I like the feel more than it before. It's getting again a little bit more serious than it was before. So, because that baby blue kind of changed that. Yeah, that's awesome. If you're painting, you know, if you really feel that, you know, you made the progress in terms of overall, because like I said, we tend to get really lost in these details, and you know, I can't stress it enough how refreshing was that, you know, little quick Rembrandt study. And it didn't take that much time. It was what, you know, like maybe like actual painting time, what, 4 or 5 hours? I was talking most of the time. It was really, and it really helped me, kind of rejuvenated that that idea of painting instead of drawing and coloring in between the lines. So tomorrow probably is going to be even better, even cooler. To continue working on that. Or maybe I can work on some other project. Perhaps, yeah, that might be. So I will set this aside, and maybe I can continue working on one of those 2 paintings there in the background. I don't know. That might be an option. So yeah, let me do one more thing. Let me turn that painting upside down, because I really need to see it upside down and see what's happening with it, and that can actually work as like an outro for today's stream, or today's stream rather. So I know that it's annoying to that it's well, not that bad, actually. Oh, you can. Okay, you can't see it because of that. Let me just turn off that. Oh, can I do that? No, I can't. Oh my God. I am such a dork. Okay, you might be able to see it right now. So, yeah, it's really, really colorful. It's kind of interesting to see it under the different light. And actually these effects around here, they're not that bad. I don't think that you can see them very well, but this is what I'm talking about. This doesn't look that bad, actually. It has that kind of a old school vibe to it. A little bit of that kind of a Velasquez style that, you know, I just, you know, put that really thick pigment there. And this guy is just way too saturated right now. But that is okay, because as I'm going to continue working on that portrait, he's going to get way more, it's probably, oops. I don't know if it's a, you see that his head is right now way too big compared to his body, but that's okay. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. And then the reason is, you know, multiple things, because I tend to get tighter and smaller as I correct the proportions, the features. And then also this is extremely saturated right now with a lot of kind of a really saturated pigment, only because that's another problem of mine, that as I get closer to the details, I tend to desaturate things and focus a little bit more on the value rather than on the color or hue. So yeah, that's okay. Let me just put it upside down there. So this is what I would do with every one of my paintings all the time. But you know, it's easier to do with the smaller ones. Yeah, right now it works way better. And not only that, why it works better is that I'm looking at it right now. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it. Just not to lost that that thought about that painting is that right now another important part that I was missing and wanted to achieve is that the light. This is the lightest point that I was talking about, the most saturation, and as it goes down, it's getting darker and darker, right? Because there is a less, supposedly less and less light. So right now I'm going to add a little bit more light, and I'm going to push a little bit more light on their faces as well, only to create that kind of a focal point, that composition. So it's going to be fun. There's a lot of work there, but it's kind of okay to work here. And then we have that little knee there, that kind of sticking out slowly. Kind of appearing, which is right now I'm kind of satisfied with the bottom part because well, except his feet, because they're too dark, they're too dirty, because I wanted them to be dirty, but then I'm gonna hit it with a, well, why not to do it right now since I'm talking about it? Well, okay, you convinced me to do it right now. Okay. So I'm going to saturate a little bit here and a little bit here as well. Right, to give it a little bit more of that life that they need. Cool, just a little bit. So I give myself a reference for what needs to be done, and not being afraid again to just, oh, because I hate, these two, these feet of this guy, they are extremely annoying. I repainted them 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. I don't even know how many times I repainted them. But right now it's way better. It's just, I feel that heaviness from the top. Maybe it could go even heavier. Maybe I can go even darker with that background. I don't know. I'm not sure. Or perhaps if I go a little lighter with the foreground, it might bring that, darkness a little bit more from the top. Perhaps that would be a way to go. But it's hard to say right now. But it works. It kind of works. I know that it's just difficult to see right now. I'll try to move things around a little bit more. But that's that part of that exploration, right? So, whoa. Okay. All right. Remember, I want to get closer to the painting. Okay. Yeah, a little bit better. So, like I said, there's a bunch of things that even my shadow is just kind of in the way, at least at this point. So yeah. So I'm going to, perhaps, maybe tomorrow, the good thing to do would be push this hand, because right now this is the weakest point of a painting, and then maybe perhaps work on the feet a little bit. Because those are right now the 2 weakest points of the painting that I see. And then the staff as well, for sure. Staff as well, for sure. For sure. And then push dark, even darker. Well, not necessarily darker, a little bit more saturated. So I will just go into shadows and make them a little more saturated, so they kind of stands out a little bit more. But then when you look at this transition, this is pretty cool. What happened with that burnt sienna, because we're going from like a darker, warmer area through, almost like a purple area to blue, to complete blue from that experiment with the blues. So it gives kind of a nice, interesting kind of a motion. From top to bottom. Not only that, but it kind of nicely counter the blueness in his garment. So, yeah, and I see little imperfections in asymmetry on his face. So I'll work on that a little bit. And what if I just push this a little bit more saturated as well? The pole, the staff. Let me see. Since a little bit more. Yeah, and I think that the fact that I covered that a hole between them kind of helped that composition a little bit more even, I think, or it's not as present. It's crazy how different that looks on the computer when I'm looking on the screen and in the real life. I can't even describe the difference. This camera is really trying to help me there with the saturation and with the light and dark, actually. I really love to paint the upside down, because like I stated previously when I was working on that, bad painting Friday, it's just, I'm not painting, I'm painting abstractly right now, completely abstractly. Yeah, it's difficult to take pictures of your paintings. It's annoying. It's extremely annoying. They're pushed in the background. I think that this is a it was a good move earlier today to push it. Wasn't the best move probably, but you know. And then maybe I could give him a little, you know, like a little brighter, you know, a little bit more light into his hand, so it kind of sits better there. Yeah. And he also deserves a little bit more lighter values on his feet. But you have to be careful with these adjustments that I'm doing right now, especially if your drawing is not where you want it to have, and not necessarily drawing, if your shapes are not there that you design, because no matter, you know, if you're trying to layer things on top of each other and harmonize them that way, it's just gonna cost you a lot of problems, because I can just quickly adjust this with the lighter value and work with that transparency, only because I already have some foundation there. But today I really completely changed the portrait. I repainted it. That's, you know, that's, I don't want to say that it's no, but I had to do it because, and I'm going to end today's stream with this information because it's very important that you remember I was talking about that there is a difference between finishing the painting and repainting it over and over and over again. And at this point, I had to repaint that portrait from the beginning because I locked that portrait in a certain, I don't want to say style, but I locked it in a certain painting technique, which was not really, which did not work in terms of, you know, in overall, it was not working as it's supposed to in this particular picture, in this particular subject, in this particular story and narrative and technical narrative, right? So me being locked in that kind of a technique, trying to correct it, would always lead me to saying that kind of a polished face. I need rough surface. I need to show that roughness, right? So I had to repaint it. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be repainting it. I'm going to be finishing that portrait, or, you know, getting closer to a finish. And I will go and start working on the hands because I think that they need right now a little bit more work. And that's what it is. The hand look like they are okay only because a portrait was kind of okay. But, you know, I don't want okay painting. I want either really, really bad painting or a really, really good painting. So let's see how far I can push it even more and more. And then, you know, another crazy adjustment hopefully will fall into place. So I need to find that balance between, you know, exploring and then locking in certain areas. But as it is right now, I think it's going to move towards, you know, towards the right direction, or I nudged it towards the right direction. And it was difficult for me to, not necessarily, it was difficult not to convince myself that it needed to change. It was not difficult from point of view that, you know, well, this is it wasn't about I would be lazy and didn't want to paint more with this painting. It was that feeling of that bothers me internally every day, that I am kind of I'm satisfied with that mediocrity. That's why I didn't want it to push further, because it was okay painting, and you know, I felt that okay, it's not bad. You know, most of the people in the world cannot paint portraits, right? So if I paint it this way, that's more than enough for general public. And I went to sleep with this feeling, and I couldn't get rid of it. And I knew that I'm wrong, but still I did not want it to push it. It's just that feeling of that, you know, that you are safe with what you're doing, that kind of protects you and prevents you from experimenting. But then, you know, everything gets, all the whole universe today from the beginning, you know, was telling me that no, you have to do it. Or actually, Saturday during that bad painting Friday, I already knew that I'm going to do it. I was convinced that I'm going to do it. I actually wanted to do it on Sunday, but then I was like, no, I'm going to wait for for a stream. So so I'm forced actually to continue with it. So yeah, there are things that are happening, there are things that are not happening, but it's okay. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. I'm convinced that it's going to be all right. So I don't want to waste your time anymore with me talking about my personal issues, my personal painting demons. But I just wanted to share this, that, you know, that if I were not honest to myself, and if I were not, you know, brutally honest that, dude, that's not about you being lazy, that's about you feeling satisfied with mediocre results. If you, or if I, in this particular case, and this is my personal experience, if I put everything, you know, if I made enormous amount of compromises during my life in order to paint, and I promise to myself that I won't be able to, oops, I'm sorry. I promised myself that I won't do compromises with painting, even though I would be, you know, that in that safe spot that it's okay. So yeah, I wanted to share with you that fact that I am not really going to be satisfied. and you have to know this only because this might be happening in your paintings as well, and that might be something that holds you back. No one wants to share with this, because it's kind of, you know, I don't know who wants you come to studio and show the inner struggle, if you're in the world where you have to show that, you know, you are the best in whatever you do. Well, I'm not, unfortunately, but, you know, I'm not going to stop here. I'm going to push further, and I hope that you guys are going to push as well, because that's that journey that I talk about all the time. So enough about my inner demons. Hopefully they are gone for a while, and I hope to see you tomorrow when I will be continue with this fragment painting. I'm just gonna call it as it is, fragment painting. All right. So it was a pleasure to hang it out with you guys, and I'll talk to you later. Take care. Bye.